Good noon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcoming you all to the Pride Season 6 semi-finals. Chennai Indians are taking on Silent Killers. Two different sides with two different complete journey. And it's been a very huge tournament with teams participating across 4 groups. And each group containing 6 teams. Overall, it's 24, out of which these teams have managed to get this position. Chennai Indians on one hand, table toppers of Group B. 5 matches, 4 victories, only 1 losing game while batting first against Vintage 11. And on the other hand, Silent Killers are with the same kind of numbers, 5 matches, 4 victories, only 1 losing game, but they're at the second position in Group C. Now it all doesn't count as they've been promoted to the semi-finals anyway, as both sides with top class performances are entering into this venue, Jaya Engineering College, for this semi-finals battle. One is gonna be promoting themselves up for the finals and the other will be playing their last match in this tournament. It's been a wonderful journey so far with this tournament, with so many dramas happen, some good low targets being defended and some good high targets being chased down. A good mix of red ball cricket in T20 format brings a lot of value and all aspects of the game. It's something to purchase. Usually white ball cricket use it to be something that supports the batters slight a bit, but with red ball, fast bowlers did well in the power play, spinners did well. The numbers says a completely reliable story on these aspects. The highest team score is 246 and lowest score is 63. Highest chased is 223 and lowest defended is 145. So all the aspects have something, and the average first innings score here is 158. Second innings is 140 and numbers are almost matching equally. 35 matches teams batting first have won. Batting second have won, and 30 matches teams batting first have won. Everything is kept in control. So the stage is set here. Well, Chennai Indians taking on definitely the equally tougher side. You can't come for the early conclusions that this team did so well, this team did so well. Both teams have did well. Especially while batting first, Silent Killers had some amazing journey in this tournament. Though they lost one game while batting second, most of their win have also come while batting second. Was considered to be their strength. The Chennai Indians did all these alternative endings, one match batting first, the other match batting second. But when it comes to these special occasions like semi-finals, you can't just rely on the statistics, you can't just rely on what happened so far in this tournament. It's all about the way how you could be able to cope up with the pressure, how you could be able to perform in big matches and replicate what you've done so far in this tournament, which is very much important. There are teams that went unbeaten in the league phases. Teams like Elite 11s are now knocked out of the tournament. That's because of the kind of big match performance that needs to be done. If you couldn't be able to do that big match performance, and if you couldn't be able to replicate what you did in the league phase, these knockout matches might be ending up in vain. The batters walking in. Logos out there. Time for the action. Good weather. Not much hot conditions, but it's so humid that you could clearly see. Hydration is mandatory at these kind of situations. Typically these are the conditions here at Chennai, despite of which month of the year it's still hot and humid in Chennai. But last couple of days we've seen some drizzle. It was raining, but still today it's humid and there may be chance of rain at night. That's how it shows. Speaking about some numbers, as we've seen from both the sides, Silent Killers have did so well while batting second. Looking at the journey of Chennai Indians, the first match against Fantastic 11 chased down a target of 141 in just 13.4 overs. And in next game, that's the only losing game they faced against Vintage 11, where they were not able to defend a target of 131. And again chasing a target of 97, defending 177, chasing 91. So whenever they bowled first, they were amazing. That we could clearly see on the visuals. 140 was the highest score conceded by them. But today they are batting first. The story is completely different. While batting first, they have posted totals like 176 and 173. They have not scored more than 180 in this tournament, Chennai Indians, but they were be able to do things well. But on the other hand, silent killers, named for their chasing abilities, right, the first ball, straight away getting off the mark with a single. Dilip Daniel and Bharat Kumar were the openers, and Satish is with the ball. Silent killers have made some amazing numbers defending Pearl City for a target of 146. They have defended the lowest target in this tournament, and they have chased targets of 182 and obviously 223 as well. Sky's the limit for them. Highest target chased by silent killers and lowest target defended by silent killers, ruling the numbers of this tournament. That shows that multitasking ability in different aspects of the game. Bowling around the wicket, squeezes through the covers for single, as both the batters got off the mark straight away. Typically Chennai Indians play slight a bit traditional cricket, it seems, looking at their numbers, relying around 170s. That's pretty standard as well. Not much low, not much high, and they have the bowling ability to defend that as well. Finds the aerial route, that is man in deep, and he was not able to reach the landing area but could save the boundary. Some top quality batters out there with Chennai Indians as well, and those performers needs to perform in such big stages. One of them being Gogul James might come in action after a while, averaging 86. Pretty good delivery that is. And obviously Dilip Daniel, one of the senior most campaigner. Some batters will bring that thinking ability in the game, which brings more value to the game. It's not just about numbers, it's also about the way how a team gets a guidance at some levels of the game. Now they are beginning, and there are some good deliveries from Satish. So at this point of time, what matters the most is some good communication and planning of the innings. So what you need in the power play is the next big step. It's not just about what's the end total after 20 overs. If you keep that number in mind, there'll be some sort of pressure. You may not know what needs to be done now. So planning for the power play, maybe for the first 3 overs of now, not to lose wickets and slightly getting into the game. Maybe a few boundaries and 3 overs, some 20 or 25 runs, and then taking the action, ending up power play in some numbers that you're planning. Beautiful shot, and that is man in deep in fact, and that's taken. Seems it didn't got the sweet spot of the bat, and Dilip Daniel's innings is coming to an end. This time it was way outside the off stump, similar to the previous delivery, and Dilip Daniel flexing himself to go over the mid-off fielder. Good running catch by the fielder, and then the celebration begins. Dilip Daniel disappointed and walking back to the pavilion. Happy faces here from silent killers. 2 for 1. That was a fantastic catch from Kishore. And now he straight away gets the ball. Now the interesting fast bowler bowls at many occasions of the game. We've seen him bowling really well in the middle overs. We've seen him bowling well in the death overs. Now today he was given a responsibility of bowling in the power play. Slips in position. And Yogesh, the new batter, comes in at number 3 for Chennai Indians. This is what silent killers might have wanted. Early breakthroughs to put some pressure in the power play, stopping the batters from scoring runs on the board. They won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. And this was expected, it seems, to keep things under control. Continues out to bowl. Oh, got edge. And that's a misfield, goes for boundary. For a moment it was supposed to be an opportunity. They had a slip fielder. But all of a sudden the result favors the batter, relieving the pressure off from them. First boundary in the game. Should have been stopped. The pressure was building up on the batter. But anyway, now he gets to bowl again to Bharat Kumar. That mostly bowlers like to do. It's not just a batch of 6 balls. So as a bowler, you should always remember one thing. You're not bowling 6 separate balls. It's a batch of setting up batters. Every over has a story. And that's how a bowler should work on. Oh, that's quite good single. Now the strike changes. That's what I've been speaking about. When a bowler gets an opportunity to bowl to the same batter, he can write the story well. The story of that over, maybe this over with a couple of dot balls might expose the batter's weak points or might build some pressure for the batter and the batting unit. The next over they fetch wicket. This bowler will also get the contribution for that. So this is how stories set up as an over. So you should always plan an over in a batch. Beautiful shot that is. Punches through the cover and gets up the mark. Those 2 runs, Yogesh. Bit of positive cricket out there. Straight away came in and plays with comfort and confidence. Speaking about the field position, Kishore is having 2 deep fielders in almost same regions. One in third man and the other one in deep point. In fact, it's slightly wider third man. To make sure he'll be leaking a lot of boundaries in that region. Strong shouts! And that's a good decision from the on-field umpire. It's missing down the leg. But this is where sometimes the bowler gets animated. As a captain, you should definitely speak. Look at that. Not at all supporting the kind of field set that you're making. Now you have 2 deep fielders outside the off stump. Almost 70% of the fielders on the offside. And you're bowling onto the pads, which is slightly a risky one. Sometimes bowlers do this when they get animated. That's when the captain should speak to the bowler to stay calm. 2 gets completed, 11 for 1. Just places it down there. The outfield does the rest, goes for boundary. First conventional boundary, as the previous one went outside edge. This is quite good connection. And most of it's an invitation from the bowler as well. And Yogesh takes that for granted and places it to the region where nobody's standing in the deep. This is so convincing to watch with the way how Yogesh is batting today. For some batters or some mindset doesn't need a longer innings to prove. It seems Yogesh is in good rhythm and good mindset. All he requires is to not take any emotional decisions. He's having a very good flow. A flow of a longer innings. He's watching the ball. He was able to score runs early. Goes over the bowler's head. These kind of decisions should definitely be avoided. Sometimes the trap will be there. But look at your batting lineup. There are many good batters, but we may not be sure all of them will be getting a good day today. Some of them might be losing their wicket like Dilip Daniel. So what matters the most as a batter in India is when you have a good day, make sure you play till the end. Make sure you play till the last. Maybe Yogesh should have that mindset. He's having a good rhythm. He's watching the ball well. If he continues to play, that's up in the air. And he's grabbing the attention. This man, Bharat Kumar, that goes for a maximum first sixer of this innings. This comes as stylish as possible. Look at that. It's a good length onto the stump line. And he got the elevation, found the aerial route. It's so good to watch. Spectacular stroke making from Bharat Kumar. Bit of positive approach out there despite of losing a wicket in the power play. This is how modern day T20 cricketing looks like. Never worry about what happened so far. You can still change the game and you can still play the positive cricket. This is much better one. Top quality cricket. Not getting carried away with the sixer he scored in the previous delivery. This is more or less an invitation from Satish Kumar, but he played seen players showing the initial phase of that in 2015s, 2014s, especially Brendan McCullum. Another good one. There is a man in deep anyway. And another misfield. This is poor piece of cricket here from Silent Killers, and happening for the second time. It's already 6 runs extra leaked. A cheeky one out there, but they have prepared this by keeping a fielder. This is unacceptable. 3 gets completed, 27 for 1. Continues out to bowl Kishore. They'll be expecting one more blow before entering into the middle overs. They might be expecting 2 to 3 wickets in the power play. But the support should also be from the fielders. And that's when the bowlers get encouraged to do things. Kishore continues with the same field positionings. Third man and a deep point, who's also standing like a wider third man. And there is a short third man as well. Kishore is so obsessed with this region. There are 3 fielders in that position. The wider third man. But which reduces the option for them as well. Now they have mid-on and they have mid-wicket shot in position. And there is a short fine leg as well. These are the only 3 fielders on the leg side. Even a slight flick on the square leg will go for boundary. So make sure you're not bowling onto the pads, you're not bowling onto the stumps. That should always be there in the mind of a bowler when he's having such field positioning. Change of position straight away, trying hard to get these things done over there. But speaking about building these partnerships in modern day T20 cricket, we spoke about what Brendan McCullum did in 2015 World Cup, the ODI World Cup in fact. It's not that old traditional cricket where an entire team is depending on one good batter. There are so many quality batters, the bats are evolving, the cricketing standards are evolving. So you need not to keep your wickets safe to score runs on the most crucial phase of the game. There are so many batters outside. Beautiful delivery. That's one such quality bowling from Kishore. A test match performance kind of bowling. which is also pushing the batters to pause for a moment. The big difference is the line. He bowls the same length usually at the 5th stump or 6th stump line, where the batters were able to punch it down through the covers or point region. But this time it was almost at the 4th stump line, and there is no room for the batters. The hard drive from Yogesh, but not able to find the gap. That's how Kishore is saving himself from conceding a boundary. A slightly risky approach, but that's how fast bowlers should react. You should have that guts to test things, take that risk, because it's more or less you miss, I hit approach. Even a small mistake from a batter could earn Kishore a wicket, maybe through bowled or maybe through catches, and a surprising back of length to finish things off over there. 4 gets completed. Continues out to bowl Satish from over the wicket this time, giving a third over for the bowler to check if there is an opportunity for wicket. This will usually be done by the captains when they have more options to bowl in the death overs. You can use your power play bowler with one more over where you can get some wickets, or maybe some opportunity to get some wickets. Just building the partnership as it is, mostly attacking Satish and having some control over Kishore. That's what the approach used to be, especially from Bharat Kumar. The coordination needs to be improved in terms of fielding standard. There are some shouts out there on the field. The fielders are speaking, wicketkeeper is speaking. That brings more energy to the side. All they need is that one more wicket. Wickets will usually fuel up the bowling unit to stop the batters from scoring. Maybe if not, they could stop the batters in the middle overs, where we've seen so many middle over stories that change the complete contact of length outside the off stump, which gives more freedom to the batters to use the front foot. So we can definitely expect one more in this over, or maybe an intention to go for big shots. Karthik 45, the new bowler, and the change of end as well. Sometimes end change will bring a change in differences. deep point in position, third man in position. Good start. Angling onto the batter. A pack of good fast bowling unit from Silent Killers. I'm not sure about how the revolution on the ball is going to be once the power play gets completed. If that's there, it's a complete package of a side. But as of now, this was not able to get some purchases out there. But they were somehow handling things well. Options on fast bowling gives them more of using fast bowlers in different positions of the game. Oh, beautiful deliveries. Naturally having that ability to angle onto the batters. So good to watch out for. We've seen that happening to Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami. And it's not much easy for the batters to do well as well. Speaking about Jasprit Bumrah angling onto the batter, what matters the most is how unique you are or how different you are from the traditional practices make you stand out in terms of performance. There are so many examples on that. Lasith Malinga is one such good example. Jasprit Bumrah. Sohail Tanvir obviously. It's not just about the bowling action. It eventually helps you out in doing certain things as well. We can take the examples of even the modern day bowlers who are bowling out from the traditional routes. The slower deliveries of Jaydev Unadkat stands out on his own. It's not something that traditionally happens. Easy pickings for the batter. This is more like an invitation. You're never supposed to bowl a bouncer when you don't have a fine leg. He had a third man, but look at this delivery. It's naturally angling on. And it seems a cutter. This is poor piece of cricket from Karthik. He was doing so well before the delivery. And unfortunately, this turns out to be a boundary which relieves the pressure from the batters as well. Every time they were in need of a boundary, especially in the last over of power play, the batters will definitely look for a couple of boundaries. And this is relieving the pressure. The bowler's job is pretty easy. The best ball is what the batter is not expecting. If a bowler works on that principle, they can definitely do well. Catches the call. And obviously, as a bowler, what we pretend to do is we used to try our best ball. We used to try the best thing that comes out well for us. But reading the game matters. The scoreboard tells you what the batter actually needs. Don't give that. So as a bowler, it's always important to know how the game is going and react according to that. It's not just about bowling your favorite delivery, or it's not just about bowling your strength. Now what the batter needs, that should be read. Strong shouts are pretty simple. At the last ball of power play, most of the batters will try to fetch some extra runs to take the risk of trying something trickier. 6 gets completed, 45 for 1. Google James, the new batter, top run getter for the side, averaging 84 this tournament. Unfortunately, Yogesh was not able to continue. So he was retired hurt. Might be coming back at some point of the game. Couple of runs on the board. Ajit, the new bowler, and Google James, the new batter, comes in at number 4 for the side. Now this is the most crucial phase for any batting unit. They did well in the power play. They managed to get some good runs in the power play. Even though it's not something so big comparing to the current day modern day cricket numbers. Should have crossed 55 or more, but anyway we'll be satisfied with whatever they scored so far in the power play. The next 7 to 8 overs are going to be something that it needs to carry forward the same form. If a team scores 45 plus in the power play, they can be able to score 170s, 180s or even more than that. To end up at that position at the end of 15 overs, they should be in a very comfortable position of somewhere around 130 to 140 without losing more than 4 wickets. Strong shouts, and the finger's gone up. He was completely left. Gokul James was not happy. He's confused. But the celebrations have begun as the umpire's decision is the final. Taking back a look at that. Not sure on the decision. But anyway, Gokul James very disappointed and walking back to the pavilion. Big blow here for Chennai Indians. And happy faces everywhere from Silent Killers. 48 for 2. Slices onto the back foot for single. Vishal is a new batter. Comes in at number 5. Continues up to bowl Ajit. I think there needs to be some time for the spinners to come in the picture as well. Maybe the dryness and the conditions might help the spinners to turn the ball as wickets have started falling. So there is a bright chance that they may get something out there. .50 comes here for Chennai Indians with that. A little bit of struggling journey. Some unhappy with the wicket. And some wickets have fallen down. But somehow they managed to get things done. Bharat Kumar especially is the man in form so far. Should continue the good form throughout the innings. That's why I mentioned early in the innings as well. Some batters might get some signs of good form. But we may not expect a longer innings from all the batters on a particular day. They may be good, but they may be having a hard day. So the one who does well should continue with a great form. 50 for 2 after 7. Manikuttan, the new bowler, and time for some revolution to the ball. Spinner in the picture. A leggy, it seems, comes into the attack. Manikuttan, and one set batter, all eyes on him. Short ball places it through the covers. A sweeper cover chases down. Good running between the wickets. Bit of positive sign out there. Sweeper cover and long off in position. Long on, deep mid wicket and deep square. Like typical T20 field positioning here for Manikuttan. Bharat Kumar needs to plan the innings since it is the middle overs where he needs to balance the innings. Run rate becomes a second priority. You should not lose much wickets. It's already out of their control. So if they continue the partnership and score 8 or 9 runs per over, that can balance things up well for them. A cheeky attempt. Something not appreciable at this point of time, but we cannot guide a batter's mindset. You can attack a bowler any point of the game, but what matters the most is it's a slightly risky position for the team, for Chennai Indians. What matters the most is a good standalone partnership for a long time rather than an immediate boundary. Maybe that needs to be kept in mind for Bharat Kumar. He can definitely choose to score boundaries, but if it's safe and secure, it's completely fine. Much better one. Typical leggies. Delicacy to watch out for. Good field positioning. Silent killers are slowly coming onto the game. The involvement of the fielders showing it well. Initially we've seen a couple of missed fields went for boundary. Now shaping themselves up for the situation. The flighted delivery, thickish outside edge. And that goes past the backward point fielder as well. Good stop at the deep again. One more time. Signs of good field positionings from silent killers. And this is also good that Manikuttan started things with a short ball, but now he's getting into the good phase where he's having the rhythm to flight the ball and invite the batter onto the front foot. He can definitely try with the slips in position as well, as Vishal is throwing his bat. Good controlled over, that is from Manikuttan so far. With one to end the over. And Bharat Kumar back on strike. We've seen him trying to play a reverse swing against the same bowler early in this over. And especially while bowling to Bharat Kumar, he's bowling a little bit of shorter length, not flighting much. This sometimes happens to spinners. When you try to flight, it will go as a full toss. And when you try to control the flight, it will go as a short ball. It usually happens. Strong shouts again. Went for wide again. He's not having that control over that. When you try to control the flight, he's bowling so short. 9 runs so far. Even though it looks like a good over, he got 9 runs conceded through extras. Single to end the over. That's 60 for 2. Continues up to bowl Ajit, third man in position. Steps out and goes over the point fielder. There are definite signs of aggression over that. You can't just lose the run rate by keeping the wicket column in mind. That may be the mindset of modern day T20 cricket. I'm a little surprised with some approaches from Bharat Kumar trying reverse sweep on the 7th over. Usually 7th over is considered to be most slowest over, as the power play would have been completed, so the batters will be playing a relaxed cricket. And he was trying a hurry-burry approach on the 7th over. So it shows a sign of approach that you can't stop for anything that blocks you. The aim is to make it into some good numbers. And the way is by scoring boundaries. It might work on sometimes. He's into his 30s now, Bharat Kumar. So there is no right way or wrong way in terms of approaching a game. As a batter, whatever your intuition says, you should follow that, and sometimes speak with your partner, have the plan to be executed. I'll rotate the strike, you attack, or I attack, you rotate the strike. Smart piece of cricket that is from Bharat Kumar, and change of pace from Ajit as well. Because the huge difference that would come up when the 15th over gets completed is if there is Bharat Kumar still there, the impact will be completely different. If there is no Bharat Kumar, even if the run rate is good, they might be ending up having less options to bat in the death overs. That's why it's always important for a set batter to stand out for the side. Run out opportunity. Quite good running between the wickets. The understanding looks a bit good between Bharat Kumar and Vishal. They were rotating the strike, not letting the bowler to enjoy the delicacy of dot balls, which eventually improve the confidence of the bowler. That's not happening right out there. Every single ball is getting the strikes being rotated, which puts the bowler under pressure as well, not able to stop the batters from moving. The good one out there. A chance of a dot ball finally. He's been the 4th bowler we are watching today, and we also had a spinner who came in position. Attempted Yorker ends up to be a dot ball out there. 4 runs on the over. 64 for 2 after 9. Madan replacing Manikuttan was not given the second over, maybe because of those uncontrolled wides. They're continuing with the medium pacers in action. Yes, this is turning out to be quite good with the way how they are approaching this middle over. We're already in the 10th over. Maybe another 2-3 good overs. By having the strikes being rotated, they can eventually go into the death overs in more command with the bat. By the time both the batters will be well set. Beautiful shot through the covers. And that goes for one bounce boundary. This is something that he's eyeing against the leg spinner as well, but finally got an opportunity. Fuller length outside the off stump, more or less an invitation to the batter. And he taken that with good control. These are the regions where the batters usually score boundaries. When you look at the T20 batting display, at the death you might be going with hard hands, slog shots, especially at the long on, deep mid wicket or cow corner regions, that more or less taking the risk. Even if you lose wickets, that doesn't matter. In the power play, you'll be having most of the fielders inside the circle. But in middle overs, you should be conscious. At the same time, you should score that boundary. And that's when these kind of options will always help you. A late cut between the point and the gully fielder, or through the covers, the inside out, or the sweep shot, or something that goes between the deep mid wicket and long on fielder. This is more or less an art to score boundaries in middle overs. It's not everyone's cup of tea, and you should have options to score runs on the board. That's what Bharat Kumar did. He didn't try all the balls. He rotated strike, respected good balls, and trying to attack the poor deliveries. Swings and couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. 2 is the call from the batter. Will be satisfied with a single over there.
Thank you.
Just want to end the over. Another decent over from Madan, but that depends on the way how this last ball goes. If it's going for the boundary, it will be an expensive over. If it gets controlled, it can be a decent over. We're gonna wait and watch on how things go right from here. Much better. Another strong appeal from the wicket keeper. Was not given out. Dot ball to end the over. That's 71 for 2. 71 for 2 halfway through the innings. If it replicates, it will be 142. But most of the teams will usually add 100 along with the first 10 over score. That's how batting approach will be. Let's say if a team scores 40 for less than 2 or 3 wickets, and they can definitely make 140. So last 10 overs supposed to get 100. That's a common mindset in T20 cricket while batting first, because they don't have a specific number. You may have a range, maybe this to this, 160 to 180 might be a winning total for your team's bowling ability. Here average first innings score is 155. So anything above that and beyond that have the differences on the results. Keeping that in mind, they can definitely start shifting up the gears slowly. But the main motto should be not to lose wickets till the 15th over. Karthik back into the attack. He was angling onto the batters. That we could remember the one boundary that went onto the fine leg for his bouncer. Other than that, that was an excellent first over for him. The captain is in need of a wicket now, as things got into good control over that. And Chennai Indians were now relieving out of the pressure slowly as both the batters are setting themselves up. We just a single over there, trying to keep things in good control over there. There are many good partnerships even in IPL stages, as IPL have showed us a good blueprint on how a T20 first batting should be. Because while watching bilateral series or international cricket, teams used to travel, play a couple of T20 matches in a series, and then they travel, they play test cricket. So it's not like a batch of T20 matches for almost 60 to 70 days. You watch every day one match and some days two match, which may give you more clarity on how the format works. And this way T20 cricket, IPL have specifically created so much of understanding for T20 cricket and the evolution as well. And that's how we've seen most of such teams. Let's take teams like Chennai Super Kings, where Suresh Raina and MS Dhoni, or maybe Badrinath MS Dhoni, or in modern day times Shivam Dube and Deval Brevis. So these kind of batters have played in the overs between the 10 to 15 or 10 to 20. We've seen them building the innings and then attacking the batters at the death overs. Finds the aerial route, fielder under the ball, and that is taken. Karthik came in and eventually brought in the breakthrough that the team is expecting for. This was exactly what he was trying in his first over as well. That time it went for boundary. This time it was a properly executed bouncer. And Vishal falls for the trap. It's 73 for 3 and Vishal walks back to the pavilion. Arun Vijay, the new batter, comes in at number 6. And there is also Yogesh, who might come back if he gets over the injury. One of the most crucial phases, we've been speaking about many good batters who made legacy in batting in the middle overs. MS Dhoni and Suresh Raina together, Rohit Sharma and Kieron Pollard together, Virat Kohli and AB de Villiers together. So these kind of batters have created a good formula on how to approach the middle overs, when to act defensive, when to attack, what kind of stroke makings, what kind of choice of shots, whom to attack. There are so many ideas on how to bat in the middle overs. That's how a partnership should be. So what's most crucial is a partnership should be there. And Bharat Kumar is looking for that for a very long time. He was batting with completely different batters right from the beginning. If he gets to bat with one partner for more than 5 overs, the run rate could eventually boost up well for Chennai Indians, as wickets kept falling at regular interval of time. Yogesh and Bharat Kumar have batted really good. That partnership was so good, but unfortunately that one injury have turned the clock towards the bowling unit. Much better one. This is a wonderful over from Karthik. He's once again angling on to the batters well. Just 3 runs coming off at 74 for 3. Continues up to bowl Madan. Wicketkeeper standing closer to the stumps, ensuring not to let the batter go freely with the front foot. Maybe stepping out, maybe stretching yourself well forward. When you have a keeper closer to the stumps, you'll be having that conscious pressure. Your mindset will be focusing towards, what if I get stumped? So let me not stretch myself, let me not push myself forward well. Getting off the mark with that single, Arun Vijay straight away in this over, which brings the man in form Bharat Kumar on strike. Going for just single over there. That is long off, long on, deep mid wicket. And Kaukhana over there. Much better one, completely different approach out there. The change of pace is working well for Madan right from the beginning. And the batters need more push to move the ball. Slices it to the point region, fielder chases down, and that eventually goes for boundary. Gave some room to the batter, and he eventually taken that care of. First boundary for Arun Vijay. And this positive batting display is important. Look at that. Look at the back foot, the way how he came into the position. Excellent stroke making that is turning out to be. It seems Arun Vijay is very good at back foot. He eventually stands on the back foot. His weight is landing onto the right leg. That lets him to be comfortable into the back foot. I will be keeping the strike back for the next over. It's 82 for 3. He just threw the covers. The weight transfer is so good with Arun Vijay. He's initially landing onto the back foot, which itself is pushing himself well to go forward. These are secrets of top quality batters. Weight transfer is the key for good batting, and what matters the most is if you are into good forward batting, you have to land yourself into the back foot, because that's the first step of moving forward. You should transfer your weight to the back foot and then you can comfortably move forward for the front footed strokes. That's what he does. Oh, he saved. Just for a moment it was almost hitting onto the helmet of Arun Vijay. Just taking back a look at that shot. Good one. Good presence of mind over there. Into the 40s now with that single. Bharat Kumar is slowly building his innings. His choice of stroke making is also impressive. Finds the aerial route. Not sure about the distance. Fielders converging together. And that's taken. Another good catch taken at the deep. And Arun Vijay's story is coming to an end. Was not able to make a huge difference in this game. Change of pace from Ajit. And it was not an easy catch. Look at that. He ran and balances himself up. And hot midday, the sun shines. Might distract yourself, but eventually made a good catch. Arun Vijay walks back to the pavilion. Dinesh Kumar, the new batter, comes in at number 6. In fact, number 7. So the middle over made a huge difference. At the end of power play, they lost only 1 wicket and Yogesh went for retired hurt. Now look at the numbers. They lost 3 wickets in a span of just 6 overs. There comes the difference. And even though they have a set batter, he was not able to pull things off. Without a good partner, even a set batter can't change the direction of the game completely. It's like one man versus 11, and the 11 is doing really good on the other end. But Bharat Kumar should definitely carry the same temperament. He should not react emotionally. That's the kind of cricket he is playing. He knows when to go on the 2nd gear and he knows when to go on the 5th gear. That's a good mindset to approach a T20 batting display. Understanding the right situation. He's waiting for the right time and the right overs to improve the run rate. Change of pace again from Ajit. There are so many pace variations out there. And that's how the medium pacers of silent killers have changed this game. 87 for 4 after 13. Catches the call as it lands comfortably. Continues to bowl Madan. I think they can try risking some field positioning at this point of time. Now when you look at the field positioning, there is a long on, there is a deep mid wicket, and there is a deep square leg in there. Dinesh Kumar is new to the crease, and there will be a slight pressure on any new batter. They can bring in a couple of fielders inside the circle to put some pressure on the bowler, because this defensive approach for a new batter may not be the right way to approach. He's having that entire leg side to rotate the strike. So there is a set batter on the non-strike. What most of the new batters do, they'll rotate the strike and their entire leg side is left for rotating the strike. More of a free space for the batter. And this man finds the aerial route. Not the right choice of shot selection at this point of time. Dinesh Kumar lost his way and have to walk back to the pavilion. This is unwanted shot, irrelevant to the situation. The team was not drying out of run rate. The team was drying out of wicket column. And Dinesh Kumar was playing some shot which is not required at the right point of time. Madan gets his first wicket and Dinesh Kumar walks back to the pavilion. It's 88 for 5. Wicketkeeper standing closer to the stumps. Another opportunity. Seems it's pitching straight on the wicket. David Nelson, the new batter, comes in at number 8. This is pretty much a slower delivery. That overthrow lets him to rotate the strike and get off the mark straight away. David Nelson. There is still a lot more chances in this game to get a good total for Chennai Indians. Things haven't went well in the middle overs, but maybe one or two batters, maybe these two, if they bat together for the next 6 overs, it's just a span of 6 overs, they could definitely make it bigger. Maybe more than 160 or 170. 89 for 5 after 14. Into the body, Kishore back into the attack. Time for some pace now. Now almost into the death overs, last 6 overs. They may be eyeing for anything more than 60 runs. Not sure whether that is going to be a winning total in semi-final. The margins will completely be different. We cannot rely on what happened in the league phase. Anything more than 130 will also be a fightable number. Because T20 cricket is more about holding on. The match is not over until the 40th over of the game. As you could see clearly on the visuals. Turkish outside edge. He's having extreme pace over there, Kishore. We see that in the power play as well. And getting some tractions as well. Placing the short third mans at the right position might be giving more opportunities for such good fast bowlers. That variation worked well for them as well. It's not just about having high pace. Even change of pace worked well for them. They didn't try these googlies, reverse swings. Nothing like that, both fast bowlers and spinners. It's more or less the change of pace that worked well so far in this game. Especially in the middle overs, the medium paces bowled a lot of slower deliveries that fetched wickets for them. And sometimes the surprise bouncers too. Since they have more options, it's more or like controlling them in less than 140 so that they can win this semi-final to get into the finals. Much better connection too is the call from the batter, and they're running back. Not running back. That's a fantastic fielding effort and a spot on throw from the fielder that stopped the batters to run back for the second run. This is excellent piece of cricket. The involvement from silent killers is evolving well comparing to the power play. This was the same unit that missed a couple of boundaries early in the power play. Now they have started doing really good with their approach out there. Straight away all players in the game, which brings that energy. That is how it went good so far. Single to end the over. That's 95 for 5 after 15. There you could see the scorecard. Only one man standing right from the beginning, Bharat Kumar. A hydration break and we'll straight away be into the death overs.
கொஞ்சம் ஃபாஸ்டாடா.
95 for 5. Karthik back into the bowling. Whenever the team was in dry phase, this man walks in. He's angling onto the batters and trying to bring some control over there. "96 for 5. And those surprise bounces have worked well as well. You've seen him picking up wicket with that bouncer. Swings and misses out, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. I think that is one thing that needs to be communicated well between the batters. As a partner, what you exactly need. Maybe that direction can be given to the set batter as he is doing well. He knows what he exactly needs. Because most of the times we've seen these new batters coming in and straight away trying to find a big shot. Risky stroke makings, which eventually puts the team down. Maybe if that is being expected from Bharat Kumar, that's completely fine. If Bharat Kumar needs a strike back, maybe David Nelson could hold on for a couple of overs rather than straight away trying to risky approach. This was that bouncer we've been speaking about. He'll bowl you that bouncer at some point of time in his over. Was not given out, but this is eventually stopping the batter from scoring runs on the board. It's pretty simple that maybe for 2 overs David Nelson can rotate and give it back to Bharat Kumar. Maybe after 17th over he can start taking some control over that. Because if it gets runs, it's fine. If it goes out to be another wicket, it's going to be a pressure for them. And that brings a strike back for this man. Look, he's been batting for more than 15 overs, still into his 40s. That's because of the kind of impact happened on the other end. Imagine if it is just the opening partnership or just 1 or 2 wickets have fallen at this point of time. He would have been in a position where he'll be marching towards the triple digit number. It all depends on the way how the team's end total is going. Strong shouts again. A cheeky attempt from Bharat Kumar. Looking out to be animated to make use of the death overs. Just 2 runs coming off this over so far, and Karthik is also having 1 more over to bowl. And is definitely turning out to be a threat for the opposition. Just angling in deliveries and surprise bouncers. By not letting the batters to play smooth piece of cricket. When you are in a good peace of mind, when you are understanding the batter, you'll always be 1 step ahead of the batter, which lets you to dominate the batter, to read what he's exactly expecting. Much better one, that is. Much better one. Just 3 runs coming off this over. 98 for 5 after 16. Ajit into the attack. Change of pace, sweeps it away, Bharat Kumar. And that finds the fielder's hand. Finally, a big knock is coming to an end. The one man who fought for the side right from the beginning, who was standing still waiting for the right time, is now giving it up. The intention was good, but the pace was completely different from Ajit. It was a slower delivery. Good catch taken by the fielder at the deep. 98 for 7 it is. In fact, 98 for 6 it is. Bharat Kumar walks back to the pavilion for 47. That's a tremendous knock coming to an end at the most pressure innings. New batter Jagan comes in at number 9. This is turning out to be a huge transformation here from silent killers. Will definitely put some pressure on the batting unit. They were dreaming something around 170 and 180. They were consistent side throughout the tournament. But this is something that's coming out of context. The middle overs have played a huge role in changing the context of this game. They were around some 45 for 1 at the end of power play. Strong shouts, turning it down. The on-field umpire straight away walking out, which shows the kind of clarity that he's having. This appeal, let's have a look at that. Looks pretty close, but the umpire might be having the most clear vision of it. Hundred up here for Chennai Indians with that single. 2 is the call from the batter. They'll be satisfied with a single. Still, it's an eventual game. The Chennai Indians can make something out of it. One big over. Even 130 plus can be a good fighting total in big matches like a semi-final. As the pressure increases, excellent change of pace, that is from Ajit one more time. He's 15 for 3 today. He's one of the pick of the bowlers so far. There you could see. He was one of the main reasons why Chennai Indians were at this position right now. The change of pace is working well, and you have picked up a couple of wickets through that. Another strong shouts. He's pretty confident, the wicketkeeper too. And the on-field umpire went to have some discussion with the leg umpire on what exactly went out on that delivery. And it was not given out. As the confirmation over there, Ajit is not getting one more on that delivery, but he's still having one more delivery to bowl. He can end up somewhere around 15 for 4 too. Let's wait and watch on how it's gonna end here. Last ball of Ajit today. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he's looking for. That's dot ball to end the over. 101 for 6. Kishore to bowl his last over, 3 overs 20 for 0. Kishore usually mixes up with a lot of length changes, back of lengths, stump line deliveries, yorkers. So this sometimes puts the batters under surprises. But one thing that needs to be concerned is the kind of pace. Sometimes the batters will expect some pace on the ball to dispatch it over the boundary ropes, which was not given by Ajit. And that's given by Kishore. There you could see pace is sometimes a drawback for the fast bowlers. When you have good pace, when you have good fast, that also advantages the batters for good choice of shot selection. They can just time the ball and it eventually thrashes away for the boundary. That needs to be a good concern here. Kishore needs to mix the pace as well, like the way how he mixes up the length. That's up in the air. Wicketkeeper runs past that and it landed safely. As it turns out to be the problem, the runs anyway gets leaked against a good fast bowler unless you don't have a change of pace. Lasith Malinga's slower delivery in 2019 IPL final made a huge change. The one big thing is that even though if you bowl a good delivery, one edge behind will go for boundary, one inside edge will go for boundary. Even if it goes on the point direction to the left or right of point fielder, it will go for the boundary. The opportunities are more when there is space on the ball, especially in the death overs. That doesn't mean you should not bowl fast bowling. It's that it should be pretty much precise with your yorkers. Oh, easy pickings, that is from the batters, goes for boundary. I think this is where the momentum is being gained by the batters. They can improve some run rate. This is more or less a gifted delivery from Kishore to the batters. And there is no fine leg in position anyway. The discussion should definitely on bowling at least one slower delivery, so that the batters will expect a slower delivery the next ball as well. Some confusions will happen. If that is not there, it's gonna be a fast bowling. It's gonna be with the same pace. The batters can find the rhythm sometimes. Finds the aerial route and nobody is standing at the deep. As it lands, rolls and goes past the boundary ropes. Back-to-back boundaries is here. And which is very much important at this point of time. Jagan is getting some final runs for the side to have a good fight in the second innings. 112 for 6. Just 2 more to end the over. And he's also more obsessed with bowling onto the body lines and stump lines. Didn't bowl much on the off stump line. Maybe if Kishore is having such good pace, he can try bringing variations like wide yorkers by having a deep point and sweeper cover in position. This was something that could stop the batter from scoring runs on the board. 11 runs so far in this over. Oh, clean bowl. Ending up his spell today with a wicket over there. Conceded 11 runs but made the last 2 balls dot balls, which includes a wicket as well. 31 for 1 for him. And it's 112 for 7. Jagan's quick cameo is coming to an end. This was that. A clear-cut yorker with a space 112 for 7. Madan to bowl his last over. Look at the numbers. Every bowler has a story and has a number. Putting up all together, they were in this position today. It's not just one bowler did well. Change of pace again. This brought a huge change in this game. Whether it's Ajit or Madan, through that change of pace, the variation, it's not that you turn the ball, you have three different turnings, three different variations, in swinger, out swinger, reverse swing. Doesn't matter. All that matters is the change of pace. Balasugumar, the new batter, comes in at number 10. Speaking about the variations, there is one bowler who is very underrated in Test cricket or in any form of cricket is Nathan Lyon. He was not given the same recognition that Shane Warne or Ashwin or Muthaiya Muralidharan have got. For one big reason, coming from Australia and being in the era where Ravichandran Ashwin, Ravindra Jadeja, Rangana Herath were dominating red ball cricket. Goes over the bowler's head. Kishore at long off. No chance for the second run. Nathan Lyon have also was very successful. The beauty about that is he's not someone like Ravichandran Ashwin who bowls this carom ball, who bowls the top spin, who bowls the typical off spin. Nathan Lyon bowls the same ball for 10 to 15 overs. That's the kind of consistency he had. Catches the call. Good try from the fielder through the covers. Kishore covering through the covers. Good stop. Will be a couple of runs on the board. The biggest variation that Nathan Lyon had was changing the pace. It will be the same ball but on a different pace, which eventually deceives the batter even if it's Test cricket or ODI cricket, especially in Test cricket. That's how he have picked up a lot of wickets. So pace variation is something that makes a huge difference in any form of cricket. Dwayne Bravo is another example. He's one of the greatest ever T20 bowler. Coming back for the second run. And that's quite good, running between the wickets. Now whatever you get on the board is going to help you out in the second innings. That's why Balasugumar and David Nelson are trying to maximize the numbers. It's already 120. Looks like a fighting total. Another one more two call from Balasugumar. And David Nelson is coming back for the second run. Wonderful running between the wickets. 122 for 7 after 19 overs. Starting off with a single that brings Balasugumar back on strike. Karthik bowling his last over. Another pick of the ball. I was very impressed with the way how Karthik bowled today. Bowled in different parts of the innings and had some good control against the batters even when the said batter was on strike. Angling onto the body line. Bowling those surprise bouncers. Went really well for them. Good control over there. Couple of singles. And there is a bright chance of 130s now. That can definitely be a good winning total. We spoke about 2019 IPL final. That is this 2017 IPL final, where the target was less than 130 and was being defended. So there is some hope for Chennai Indians right from here if they could be able to manage to a decent total. Pulls it away. Man in deep. But they were not able to get closer. Good stop. Fantastic stop that is. Saves a boundary precisely. And now this is going to help them out in the second innings for sure. Whatever that went out of control in the first couple of overs, silent killers were managing them in the end overs. Two misfields. Just two misfields, which made them look like a terrible fielding unit. But now look at the way how they are coming back. This is turning out to be an excellent fielding display. $127 for 7. Oh, clean ball. Just the bail's gone up, hitting on top of the stumps. Karthik gets his second wicket and Balasukumar tried his best. He did really well. These couple of overs matters a lot. Those extra pushing twos. But anyway, the innings coming to an end like this. Angling on, hit the deck delivery. 127 for 8. Last ball of the first innings. Trying something cheeky. Arun didn't got connected, but somehow they managed to get a couple of runs over there. Running back for the third run. A little bit of fumble out there, which helps them to get some extra runs on the board. And reaching out that iconic number we've been speaking about, 130 at the end of 20 overs, is something that's been put by Chennai Indians. Lost the toss being put on to bat first. Got a bright start with Bharat Kumar and Yogesh dominating the power play, finding aerial routes. But somewhere after the power play, maybe that injury of Yogesh, right after that, the medium pacers of silent killers have eventually pushed down in control and eventually made them to score only 130. Might be a winning total, might not be a winning total, but as of now, it's been less than the par score. 25 runs less than the par score. Kudos to Bharat Kumar for his standalone effort of scoring 40 plus runs and staying for the team for a long while. Yogesh did pretty decent batting. Jagan and Balasukumar and then somehow managed to get the decent total out there. With the ball, we could see plenty of good performers starting from Satish 3 overs 23 for 1, Kishore 4 overs 31 for 1, Karthik's 18 for 2 and Ajit's 15 for 3. These two bowlers are the pick of the bowlers who have ensured that the team is losing much wickets in the middle overs, and Madan 4 overs 27 for 1. That's how the bowling card looks like. Now 131 required to win for Silent Killers in the semi-finals. Let's wait and see how they're going to come back. Right into the second innings, Ishwar M and Ajit, the two batters, to chase down the target of 131. The team that chased 223 in the league phase, but a different opposition today, different conditions today, different kind of pressure today. And with the ball, we could see Balasukumar did some quick cameos of the death overs while batting. Pride Season 6 semi-finals. The winner will be promoted to the big stages. As these were the final moments, the second innings where you can rectify your mistakes as well if you carry on a good piece of cricket. It's all about trying to pick some early breakthroughs. Google James will also be expected to come with the ball, as he was not able to contribute with the bat today. Right into the first ball of second innings, and the account gets open straight away with a wide, as Balasukumar is having a slips in position, and there is short third man, and there is also a third man fielder. This is something that most of the fast bowlers are obsessed with. But to get this, we should understand the way how fast bowlers think. Imagine you do things well and eventually the batter is also not able to get good connection. Still it goes for boundary because of that thickish outside edge. And that's why he's having three fielders behind. Swing and a miss. Good line and length here from Balasukumar, having good pace as well. This is really good piece of cricket to watch out for, with the way how he begins things with a new ball. And sometimes if those boundaries goes, you'll be demotivated to generate pace. That's one of those reasons why they're having this much of fielders, slips, short third man and a boundary rope third man as well. Those edges should never reach the boundary ropes and should not impact the confidence of the bowler. That's the core idea of it. Straight away gets off the mark with that single, Ishwaryam. The target is pretty good in control. For silent killers, it's already their game to win. If at all this game goes in favor of Chennai Indians, it must be some mistakes done by silent killers, as this is their game to lose today. There is nothing goes out of control. It's a comfortable target, but they should not do any silly mistakes. That's what matters the most. Another wonderful bowling. Typical test match line and length here from Balasukumar. With the likes of Mohammad Siraj. Excellent piece of bowling that is turning out to be. The choice of line and length is so good that there is a bright possibilities of early breakthrough. You can't be focusing much on the runs column. Boundaries will go anyway. While defending a low target, all that matters is how long you can control those singles. Something that's supposed to be a single through the point direction, and it eventually crosses over the third man as well, goes for boundary. Gets off the mark with the boundary. Ajit straight away. He's a busy cricketer anyway. Again, I'll not say it's a bad delivery. Ajit played some confident cricket and it goes over the point fielder. That's why fast bowlers have such variations too. Even a small mistake can get things out of their control. Now the third man is standing wider to make sure the entire region is covered, and there is a deep square leg in position as well, keeping things covered over there. Balasukumar continues up to bowl. Oh, beautiful shot, just hit at the sweet spot of the bat, and the moment he hit the ball, everyone knows it's going for boundary. This is top class cricket from Ajit. Look at that. In fact, it's more or less hitting onto the batter, and he just meets it with the middle of the blade, which is more than enough for a batter in the power play. Positive cricket right out there from Ajit, putting the bowler into the back foot, not giving them any space to look back. Like, this is how you should bat in a low target. You should not give more chance to the bowling unit. If the game goes till the 18th over, they'll get chance of 104 balls. In fact, 108 balls to pick wickets. 1 over completed, 10 for no loss. Dinesh Kumar gets the ball. Still slips in position. Bit of positive cricket right over there. So both the teams need different kind of approach right out there. And a bowling team's point of view, all that requires is more balls to deliver to pick some wickets. The more you pick wickets, you can stay in the game. As a batting unit, you should not let such opportunities to happen for them. Even though the target is 131 in 20 overs, they can aim for somewhere around 15 to 16 overs to finish things off, so that there won't be any external pressure. And obviously Chennai Indians will try to delay the game till the 20th over. As the game goes to the last over, they can eventually turn the result. And this fielder standing inside the circle matters a lot for Chennai Indians' point of view. The more dot balls you bring in, the more control you have in the game. Stopping those singles into dot balls, something that's supposed to go for a 2, you can control them into singles. If this continuously happens, the batters will get frustrated at some point of time. So 30-yard circle fielders play a crucial role in defending a low target. You should not let even just a single over there in between. Change of pace, but was not right with the execution out there, Dinesh Kumar. That is pretty much important, because there is already a script out there what India did against South Africa in T20 World Cup 2024. That's a classic example on how well a bowling unit can come back in defending a low target. It's 30 ball 30 runs with David Miller and Henry Klaasen on strike. The good shot over there, no chance of a single. Good stop from the fielder, saves a boundary. This man slaps the ball, Ajit. He's hardly punching the ball, and the moment he hit it, it starts travelling. Catches the call, mid-on chases down. That is a tremendous try out there. Gave his 200% to get things done out there, but unfortunately was not able to do it as of expected. "13 for no loss" with one more to end things up. Ajit looks animated. That's his brand of cricket. It's not just for today's game. Ajit usually plays with good strike rate, usually tries to find boundaries in the power play, and he's replicating that as usual. Much better one. For a moment he was having a hesitation whether to go front or back. 13 for no loss after 2. 13 for no loss. This is turning out to be quite good under control. Trying to rotate the strike in a regular interval of time, as Ishwar clearly knows that Ajit is trying to charge down against the bowlers, and he's letting Ajit to do that and enjoying the show at the non-strikers. Then that's the kind of cricket that a partner should do. In a partnership, it's all about planning and letting the batter who's in a good rhythm to continue batting matters the most. The more pauses for a set batter might eventually make him to lose his rhythm. So far it's been pretty decent partnership with the way how they're going. Finds the aerial route, catches the call. Fielders converging together, still it lands in a no man's area. And that eventually goes for single. There are some missed times, there are some opportunities that Balasukumar is creating. But Ajit will never look back. That's his brand of cricket. All they need is something that gets good connection over there. The last couple of shots from Ajit was not better at their connections. The one at the point was stopped by the fielder. The other one was a fantastic save at mid-off. And this time it's a poor connection, which brings Ishwar back on strike. Oh, beautiful shot that is. Nobody standing in the deep to stop that even, as it goes for a boundary. This may sometimes looks like an easy one. This is a terrific cricket stroke making. Look at the way how he opens up the pace of the bat. Look at that. This we've seen a couple of times Virendra Sehwag have done. But in modern day cricket we are not able to see such shots coming in. And also if some set batters are not doing well, the partner will eventually start to build some things doing good well. There was a time when Sachin and Sehwag were opening together. They were having a wonderful partnership together. That's because of one big reason. They used to shift who opens the batting to face the first ball. Against some teams, Sehwag usually opens and thrashes. Against some teams, if the bowling is so good or if the bowling is so trickier, Sachin opens it up. That one change eventually even relieves Sehwag from pressure and eventually set both the batters to do well. That's how the balance will work. If some batter is not good against some bowler, the other batter should take charge against the bowler. That we've seen clearly with the way how Ishwar scored the boundary and relieved the pressure. Now Ajit can take a relaxed batting posture. There is no pressure. Still he'll attack anyway. That's his brand of cricket. But still, he can have a glance before deciding. Run out opportunity. Good stop from the fielder. Good throw as well with one stump view. Been a quite good performance from Chennai Indians, as both Ajit and Ishwar were trying to get runs on the board. Still they were under 10 runs per over, which is not going to give any context to this chase. But at some point of time, if wicket starts falling, they can take that route. Even in 2017 IPL final, Pune were some 60 for 1 at the end of 10 overs, chasing down 129. Still they lost the game. So it's all about hanging there, staying in the game, trying to focus on the wicket column for Chennai Indians. For silent killers, just stick to the basics. Play decent cricket, you can make it happen. It's almost closer. Balasukumar should have hit the bails. 21 for no loss. Taking back a look at that. He's also blindfolded with that shot. No footwork. Just trying to elevate things up. 21 for no loss. Google James gets the ball. He's one of the top wicket takers of the side as well. With the bat, with the ball, one of the most valuable players of the tournament. We've seen him not able to score well in the first innings. With the bat, now with the ball for the side, as it's sliding onto the batter. For some players, it will carry forward to the second innings. If they were not able to do well with the ball, they'll replicate it with the bat. If they are not able to do well with the bat, they'll contribute something with the ball. Ben Stokes used to do that. And maybe that will be expected by this man as well. The team will definitely expect something from Google James to fight on to this game. It's low kept deliveries. Is it something that he is generating? Or is it something the way how the wicket evolves? Till the previous over, we were not able to see some uneven bounces. But with him, both the deliveries were low kept deliveries, sliding onto the batters. Trying to get some LBWs, a clean bowl it seems. Change of pace, and was not successful with that. That's quite good under control with the way how he's receiving the bat. As comparing to the previous overs, this one is having something for the bowling unit to have an upper hands, setting the batters with a slight bit of pressure, which could eventually stop the batters with the same kind of run rate. 109 required of 99 balls right now. Some discussions, which is pretty much important. Even Ishwar was looking out to be animated right from the last over, swinging the bats for the unwanted deliveries. Sometimes you should wait for the bowlers to do mistakes. That is quite good, running between the wickets. The fielding standards are awesome. Good fight from Chennai Indians as well, as this is turning out to be a crucial phase. The game can go either ways. If these kind of pressures put onto the batters consistently. Much better placement this time, as it beats up the fielder and rolls over the boundary ropes. Much needed boundary at this point of time from Ajit. As he stayed in the back foot, even it was low kept. It just given through the direction. And no chance for the extra covers fielder to stop that going for boundary. Catches the call. Another good try. Another proper effort from the fielder that eventually turns out to be a good stop. This can never be a dropped opportunity, as this was not even an opportunity. This man made it look like. Just taking back a look at the way how it went out there. That is tremendous effort from him. 29 for no loss. 29 for no loss. As things are quite good under control with the way how it's going. Setting up the fielders accordingly over there. Starting off with a boundary, the 5th over. And the partnership is growing as well as both batters are finding some good rhythm, which they can eventually stop things out. And that also breaks the hopes of opposition. Now look at the numbers, it's just 90 odd required to win the game. As long as the requirement is in 3 digit, that's psychologically different. It's up in the air, fielder under the ball. And that's taken. That's the first breakthrough here. Dinesh Kumar gets it up. These were poor choice of stroke makings as well. Ishwar M was slightly excited or maybe got carried away with the previous boundary. This one, it was way outside the off stump. It was not having enough room to go over the long on fielder. In fact, mid on fielder. And no mistakes done by the fielder. Good catch taken. That's 33 for 1. Balamurugan, the new batter, comes in at number 3. The tall right-handed batter. Just beautiful cut through the point direction. Fielder chasing down. He got off the mark straight away with the first ball. Balamurugan. The batters are having so good quality over there. Their timings, their batting ability. From both the sides we've seen today, like no batter had that fear of playing the first ball. They're having a beautiful rhythm. They're having a positive mindset on finding ways to score runs. That's a huge change in T20 format. Change of pace straight away from Dinesh Kumar. But they should also plan this chase. It's an easy chase for them, but that should be a proper planning. It's not like every ball you'll go for aerial route or you'll go for finding runs on the board. That also doesn't mean that you can't be so slow. There should be a middle ground where they have to act a little quick with safe and secure stroke makings and trying to dominate the bowlers. The more you dominate the bowlers, let's say the risk factors, the poor performance tracker will start increasing. The bowlers will start doing more mistakes. Initially, any bowler who's in a good rhythm might be bowling one poor delivery in an over. The moment you start putting the bowlers into the back foot, they'll start bowling 2 to 3 poor deliveries. That's how you can dominate and score more runs on the board. That's how a good chases and good partnership gets growing and growing and growing with runs on the board. I think that should be kept in mind. 5 gets completed, 36 for 1. Break for hydration. Last over of power play. Gogol James with the ball. Pretty much in the same zone both the sides. Chennai Indians were also at the same position at this point of time. They ended the power play for 45 for 1. But the only big difference is at the last ball of power play, they lost their other batter for retired hurt. So it's 45 for 1 but technically 45 for 2. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for as it goes past the wicketkeeper, but eventually there are some runs on the board that gets leaked down on the last over of power play, where they'll be trying to end it as big as possible. Having some discussions right out there. So there is a chance, maybe 1% of chance to see the same kind of collapse in the batting lineup after the power play. But since it is chasing, and they'll be pretty careful with all that happened in the first innings, the possibilities are pretty low. Maybe one thing that we could say is Chennai Indians could have posted a much better total if they have had a proper balance with the way how they approach the middle overs. That's where things went completely out of their control. Swings and got the connection better. Will be just a single out there. That's 40 for 1. Well, speaking about the approach of Chennai Indians with the ball, it's quite impressive with the way how they're bowling so far. The fielders are spot on. They were giving their 100%, not leaking any opportunities to the batter. But the only thing is that wicket column is still not up to the mark. An opportunity as it lands in between the two fielders. Lucky one here for Bala Murugan. But kudos to the efforts of Gokul James with the way how he is creating such opportunities. Maybe if they have scored 20 runs extra, if the target is 151, the pressure would be slightly different and Chennai Indians can have a front foot on the way how they are doing it. But now things are slightly out of control. The margin for error is very low. Catches the call and that's taken. It's supposed to be a wide ball. And this man is taking that wide ball to the fielder's hands for a catch. No movement needed, just landing on your hands. Oh, that's very unfortunate. And Gokul James, look at that. Should have left it. 41 for 2 it is as Ajit walks back to the pavilion. Satish, the new batter, comes in at number 4. Swings and misses out. Wicketkeeper standing closer to the stumps for Gokul James. That 6 gets completed. End of power play. 41 for 2. They were 45 for 1. Chennai Indians were silent killers for 41 for 2. Slightly beyond what they have scored. But let's look how the middle overs are going to be. Yogesh, the new bowler, a spinner into the attack. Squeezes through the sweeper cover for single. Balamurugan. We've seen Manikuttan bowling in the first innings as well. Was able to flight the ball. Whenever he flighted the ball, there was an opportunity out there as well. Consciously, they are having a slips in position. Run-out opportunity, as it turns out to be quite good under control. Good stop from the fielder as well. Well, this is also slightly trickier one. You'll always be ending up with double mind confusion as well. If the target is not high, if the target is high, you'll be having one mindset, let's go on attack. But if the target is slightly low, there'll always be a chance for double mind confusion. Whether to plan the chase or to make the chase as quick as possible. With this double mind confusions, you will not take any decision. You will delay the process and eventually the wickets will also falling down. In short, the low targets are slightly challenging. You may not see where the leak is happening, but eventually you will be leaking a couple of wickets in the match. Might also be slipping away. So it's always important to keep serious mindset on chasing down a low target as quick as possible. Maybe between 12 to 15 overs. Whether you chase it between 12 to 15 overs, it's the second thing. But having that mindset will be completely different. Deep mid wicket in position. Long on deep mid wicket and deep square leg in positions. And sweeper covers in long off. Right over there. Quite good with the way how things are going right there. He's giving some extra flight to test the patience of the batter. Sometimes the batters get triggered to go for big shots. It's more like a trap. Much better one this time. Dot ball to end the over. That 7 gets completed. 45 for 2. Dilip Daniel with the ball. Another interesting spinner, experienced campaigner. I think it is pretty much important at this point of time. The more you bring in the experienced campaigners, the more you get an opportunity to get into the game. More than skills, mindset matters a lot at this point of time. Sticking on to the basics, Dilip Daniel is not able to score runs on the board. It's a two-way spin attack in the middle overs where Chennai Indians were trying to stabilize the innings. And silent killers were also taking some time in the middle. This time through the covers, long off chases down. Good stop from the fielder, will be just a single. This is top class cricket from silent killers. All the players were contributing their part. The bowler does well, the fielder does well, the fielding set is looking good. They're having a short mid-wicket as well to make sure the strike rotation is not having smoothly. Change of pace over there. This is happening really well. The silent killers were shuffling up the bowlers to put some pressure on the batters. But the more time you spend in the crease, the game is eventually falling onto the hands of Chennai Indians. It's all about not letting them to come into the game to finish things as quick as possible. But the intention was not positive with the likes of silent killers batting unit at this point of time. Good over here, Dilip Daniel. Just 3 runs coming off it, 48 for 2. The run rate goes down to 6 runs per over. Continues to bowl Yogesh. As he's trying to keep things under control. Bringing out the right revolutions out there. Sweeps in, got the connection better as the fielder chases down. No chance for him. That goes for boundary. Balamurugan finally breaks the silence. And that boundary brings 50 up here for silent killers as well. It's tremendous stroke making. It's been bowled way outside the off stump. He somehow manages to sweep it in front of square. It's a top class batting display. Another good delivery from Yogesh. Extra flighted delivery. That shows the kind of confidence that both batter and the bowler were having. Balamurugan is not getting carried away. On the other hand, Yogesh is having much confidence towards his flight. Look at that. No chance for the batter to find gaps and score some boundary. Turning out to be quite good under control. Still a decent over from Yogesh. It's up to the way how he's going to finish things off in this over. Attempt for cheeky single. And that's run out. No, not given. Seems he landed over there. But that's a tremendous throw out there from Yogesh. Giving his 200% for his side. Here we could get the convincing angle on that. Landed right out there. There have been an expectation towards a drama right out there. Even if 1 or 2 wicket falls in the middle overs, things might become trickier. Dot ball to end the over. That's 55 for 2. Continues to bowl Dilip Daniel. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he's looking for. Bowling round the wicket. I think the one option that they love to do is to cut the ball to point direction, but there are 2 point fielders, so that's a blocked option for them, which eventually makes Satish to take his own time in the middle since the target is slightly low. Plays it through the cover, sweeper cover, chases down. Will be just a single. Things are getting better right out there for silent killers, as both Satish and Balamurugan are staying stable. Even though the run rate is in good control, the batters were looking out to be confident. Chance for an opportunity. Dilip Daniel smiles. He understood what he missed. It's not a dropped opportunity anyway, but if he could have seen it a little bit earlier, he could have caught his hand perfectly to the ball. Just a fraction of seconds. We just one more to end the over. Another decent over. This is turning out to be just 3 runs coming off this over so far. Almost halfway through the second innings. The run rate is not impressive. Somewhere silent killers have lost their rhythm. Picks the gap, and the placement seems to be perfect. Good stop from the fielders, not going for boundary. That's one of the weirdest throw ever to happen. 2 to end the over, 60 for 2. straight after the hydration break. 60 runs in the first 10 overs and 71 needed in the next 10 overs. Now it looks like slightly challenging. Arun, the new bowler, into the attack. And the approach doesn't change. It's still being defensive. The more they act defensive, the more chances for Chennai Indians as well in this game. The 30-yard circle fielders were acting so good. Either it's been at the point direction or through the covers. You're not going to get that single. You're not going to get that boundary, which is eventually pushing the batters under pressure. Look at that. Back to back to back to the same fielder. No mistakes. No leaking of runs. And that increases the pressure as well. Especially for Satish. It's so weird to see such 8 of just 8 of 17 balls. He's not such a kind of batter. He's known for his strike rates. Not sure what's happening on his mindset. He might be having something in plan. But so far it's not in their control. Squeezes through the sweeper cover. That'll be just a single over there, as he's trying to keep the control going forward. Dot ball over there. Couple of dot balls in this over. Just 2 runs coming off it. And an appeal for out as well. That's very much. That 11th gets completed 62 for 2. Another good stop. This is the story today. Tremendous saves from the fielders. Eventually build more pressure on the batters. Maybe Satish could have focused much on his strike rate. He's struggling a lot. Satisfied with a single. Continues out to bowl Yogesh. This sometimes builds up a lot of pressure, makes the batters to do some mistakes, or sometimes the batters will take that well and start doing well. Finds the aerial route, whether it's a mistake or an opportunity. That turns out to be a mistake. That struggling innings is finally coming to an end, and that is a tremendous catch out there from the long off fielder. I think Yogesh bowled a quicker this time. It's pretty surprising. And Satish was trying to find the aerial route. It went high, but not with the distance. Good catch taken at the deep. 63 for 3 it is. Kishore, the new batter, comes in at number 5. It seems silent killers are messing up the game that's supposed to be an easy one, making it looks like a big target, but it doesn't. It's not a big target. It's going to be an easy task if they play some positive cricket. Gets off the mark straight away, Kishore. I think Balamurugan should start playing some positive cricket right out there. They should have almost finished this game at this point of time. Another good stop. Good try from the fielder, will be just a single. Swing and a miss. Seems to be pretty close, but Kishore is showing some positive cricket to get things done over there. That's dot ball to end the over. 65 for 3. Two is the call from the batter. They are satisfied with the single. There is a chance for the second run, but it seems Kishore wanted the strike back. Continues up to bowl Arun. Two is the call from Kishore. It's pretty clear that Kishore wanted the strike back to back, but they were satisfied with a single. That brings Balamurugan back on strike. Deep square leg in position, deep mid wicket in position, long on in position, and there is long off and sweeper cover. Flicks it away. 2 is the call. Running the first runs quick and running back for the second run. A little bit of fumble at the deep, but eventually not going to the boundary. 2 runs for that. This is the kind of cricket that they should have played right from the beginning. There was a huge lag in the middle overs, even right from the 5th over. The batters were not at all showing much big intent to score runs on the board, even though the target is low. The positive mindset should be there. It's a pretty good one from Arun, as he's trying to angle into the batter. Run out opportunity, and that's quite good running between the wickets. Finally some signs of positive cricket out there from silent killers, as the runs are being shared and the target was not even halfway right from here. They're 70 and all they need is just 60 more runs required to win the game. Dot ball to end the over. That's 71 for 3. Continues up to bowl Yogesh. His final over. So far it's been tremendous numbers from him. 14 for 1. I think he was the huge difference in the middle overs. The batters struggled against Yogesh. They were not able to get runs on the board. Swings and misses out. That goes for wide anyway. I think this is also important that the bowlers stayed more disciplined today. Bowling outside the off stump and having all the protections on the off stump. Not letting things go out of the fielding zones. A cheeky attempt from Balamurugan. That shows the kind of desperation. They should have predicted these things earlier. Now they are under pressure. They have to score runs. The required run rate is 8.70. The more you delay, it will reach 10 runs per over, and eventually Chennai Indians will have a call to this game. As I already mentioned in the first over, if this game went out of silent killers, it's their mistake. Because it's their game to lose. Yes, everything was in their control, but they were not having a little bit of ahead of times approach. The target is not for T20, the target is for 15 overs. That should be the mindset for low target games. Beautiful shot in the air, and no chance for the fielder to stop that. That goes for a maximum. Finally, Balamurugan is shifting up the gears when it is most needed for the side. Quicker one this time again. He did what he did to Satish, but this time Balamurugan connected it well. 81 for 3. Moves to 29, Balamurugan. Good stop from the fielder. The 30-yard fielders were spot on. And 14 gets completed, 81 for 3. Strong shouts. Continues up to bowl Arun. But the Yogesh spell is now completed. Someone should replicate, someone should replace him perfectly with the way how he bowled. That's how they can stay in the game. Chennai Indians almost did things right. 50 of 35. 1 or 2 good overs. They'll be in a good position of fighting this game. Squeezes it through the covers, but there is a man in deep. Things are going beyond their control for silent killers. Run rate is still less than 6 runs per over. And the required run rate is almost reaching 9. 8.65 it is now. This is now like a typical T20 match. There is no point in speaking this about a low target defend. Now there is a 50-50 chance for both the sides. It's more like a cat on the wall. It may jump on either side, but can do in one side only. Goes over the bowler's head, but mid-off is not inside the circle, will be just a single. Balamurugan didn't try these things when mid-off was inside the circle. That's a problem predominantly. They took a lot of time without having any pressure. There was no pressure at all, but still they struggle. Now there is a pressure. Moves into his 30s now, Balamurugan. Swings and misses out. Almost got closer. Hard hands, bottom hand domination. Kishore has no other way now. All you have to do is to swing the ball. To go for big shots right out there. That's why there should be a proper planning on what needs to be done. Through the covers, 2 is the call. Oh, that's a misfield that eventually goes for boundary. These were very rare instances in the second innings, but somehow to stop the batters running for the second run, long off fielder slightly overexcited, slightly overran. Everything was perfect, in fact. He was slightly overran. And that goes for boundary. Much needed boundary for Kishore. Last over, they got a sixer, and this over, they're getting a boundary. Somehow managing to get things under control. $87 for 3. As the fielders were moving right out there. Into the last ball of this over. Swings in. Didn't find the aerial route. Will be just a single to keep the strike back for the next over. 88 for 3 it is after 15. $88 for 3. Last 5 overs. Punches hard through the covers. 2 is the call from the batter. And they're running back for the second run. Balamurugan and Kishore. That's excellent piece of understanding between the partners. There was no need of a rush in this game. But anyway, now it's required. The run rate is still less than 6 runs per over. 41 needed of 29 as the required run rate keeps its game already. Dinesh Kumar bowling his third over. He's 12 for 1 as of now. He'll be satisfied with a single. Up in the air, long on chases down, and that's taken at the deep. Balamurgan's innings is coming to an end, and Dinesh Kumar is celebrating it. And Chennai Indians are slightly coming into the game. Look at that. He was intending to go over the long on fielder but was not able to clear the boundary ropes. 91 for 4 it is. Karthik, the new batter, comes in at number 6. Karthik was so good with the ball. Now he's with the bat to accompany his side. 40 runs required of 27 to win the ball. To win the game. 2 is the call from Karthik. That will just be a single. That brings the man in farm Kishore back on strike. Now it's all up to him as he is the set batter. Required run rate moves to 9.00 now, while the current run rate is still in 5 point something. And that's given wide. Something to hope for right out there. Punches down through the covers for single. Keeping the scoreboard moving, both the batters right now. Anyway, even now both the teams are having chances. Taking the game deep matters a lot. Single right out there will be keeping the strike back for the next over. 95 for 4 after 16. Outside edge. And a lucky boundary right there. Much needed boundary here for silent killers. The scoreboard moves to 99. Hard swing and luck favored the Brave. Any run is a good run here. However, you can get that thing happened. That's gonna help you right out there. Setting things up over there. 99 for 4. Tossed up delivery, that's up in the air. Fielder chases down only to be a spectator watching that going for a maximum. 4 followed by 6 now. And now the equation balance is up for silent killers. This was slight out of pressure. Gogol James bowls a full toss delivery. The only response for this could be a sixer. And that's a no ball as well. Now free hit follows. Let's take back a look at that. It seems it's above waist height. A license to do anything. He's already batting like that now. He gets a free license. Another good shot. 2 is the call. They'll be staying with a single. They got enough for this over. All that needs is not to collapse anything out there in the middle. Even some singles in this over will be enough for them. 25 of 23 to win the game now. Through the covers for single. Good batting display from Kishore. Understood the rhythm and giving it back to the main batter. It's a bit of positive cricket right out from both the batters, Kishore and Karthik. (23 of 21 now). Even these 3 balls matters a lot if there is a hope for this game. Run out opportunity. And that's put down. Will bring second chance for them. Going back for the second run. Quite go running between the wickets. Gets couple of runs on the board. 110 for 4 now. As things are quite good under control. Continues out. 21 runs of 20 balls to win the game. Hope they should not be relaxed again. The more you think relaxed, you feel the pressure. At some point of time, they should try to finish things in maybe next over, rather than just being defensive. Now the run rate is in control. As it is turning out to be an expansive over from Gokul James. Through the cover, sweeper cover chases down. Oh, another overthrow. Things are getting collapsed. Everything is falling into their ways now for silent killers. 2 to end the over. That's 113 for 4. And 13 for 4. Now Balasugumar gets the ball. Did well in the power play. But the situation is completely different now. Clean ball! And he is tackling up the situation well. That's wicket. Hitting on top of the stumps as the bails were flying off. This we could clearly see it was a blind swing from Karthik, and this match is not at all having a climax. Just taking as deep as possible. 113 for 5. Prakash, the new batter. Tightening things up again over there. Balasugumar is telling the game is not yet over until it is fully over. Giving the last bit of approach here. Chennai Indians. One final try, one final punch. Will it happen on their way? As things are getting slightly bit tighter, they doesn't want the strike rotation to happen. Shot mid-wicket in position as well for Prakash. Quick running between the wickets. That's good single. That brings strike back to Kishore. As it is quite good under control. 17 required of 15 balls to win the game now. Another attempted Yorker from Sugumar, nailing it one after other. As it is taking its own time in the middle before the game ends in any one of their favour. Plays it through the cover, sweeper cover, chases down. 2 is the call, and they're running back for the second run as well. Good running between the wickets. Both the sides were giving their best right out there. 14 of 13 to win the game. As the movement seems to be right, this man is throwing the bat. Prakash. Single to end the over. That's 1 on 8 for 5. Thirteen required of 12 balls. Dinesh Kumar with the ball. Wicketkeeper standing closer to the stumps. Swings and misses out. Even if this over goes good, there will be some pressure in the last over. Anything more than 6 runs in the last over will definitely have a go for both the sides. Swing and a miss, another one. Wicketkeeper standing closer to the stumps. That sometimes makes the batters to fumble. They can't stretch themselves up well. There'll be slight bit of pressure on deciding what needs to be done. Over the points fielder, and that will definitely go for boundary. Prakash finally breaks the silence and answers the question that is pretty much important. Beautiful stroke making. That is 9 of 9 to win the game now. Through this deep mid-wicket region will be just a single. Good fielding from the fielder. Now that brings strike back to Kishore. 8 of 8 to win the game. Just keeping quiet and rotating the strikes over there. It's getting intense. Especially this ball will decide the future of this game. 7 of 7 required to win the game. Single to end the over. That's 125 for 5. Now 6 runs required of the last over to win the game. Six required of last over. Six of 6 to win the game. First ball, Balasugumar. Swing and a miss. And strong shouts. Chance of a wicket. And he's going out to have some discussions. Well, that's given wicket. And Prakash has to depart. Now 6 requires of 5 balls to win the game. Rain interrupts in the middle. Just 5 more balls. Will it be a stay or will it be a continue? Let's. Right after the break, it's been slight rain interruption out there. Just 5 balls and 6 runs required to win this game. A tail taking its own time in the middle. Supposed to be a different game altogether, but taking its own time. And different kind of impacts on different phases of the game. Teams have fought well. And now in a situation where there is a little bit of edge here for silent killers, but still anything might happen on a T20 cricket game. Right into the second ball, Balasukumar. Hope things are slight okay. Sweeper cover in position. Mid off inside the circle, long on, deep mid wicket. And there is a short mid wicket as well, to make sure that Kishore is not coming back for strike. Maybe that's one thing that they will prevent the batter from doing. Strike rotation, as he is the new batter, Manikuttan. Will try to make Manikuttan bat for a while. Wet outfield. New batter right out there. No chance of strike rotation. Mid off inside the circle, covers slightly closer to the batter. Finds the way out right there. 2 is the call from the batter. Kishore was interested, surprisingly. Now 5 or 4. And the man in form is on strike. He's still taking that risk, Balasukumar. Kamal, the new batter, got off the mark straight away with that single. Still mid off inside the circle. And there is a bright chance. You've seen Balasukumar bowling more Yorkers one after one. There is no chances of bouncers or back of length, surprisingly. And that's one hint for Kishore to target. Final leg kept empty. Goes big. Long on, chases down. 2 is the call, and he's running back for the second run. That's solid running between the wickets, between Kamal and Kishore. One step closer to the target. The match that's supposed to be an easy chase is now turning out to be the last over thriller, where the climax is yet to be decided. Three of 3 now, with Kishore back on strike. Third man in position, sweeper cover in position. Maybe there can be a change of pace, a change of length. There should be a variation. It's more like the batter facing the similar kind of deliveries one after the other. Through the covers, picks the gap, and the placement seems to be perfect as it rolls over the boundary ropes. Kishore finishes things off for silent killers. Could have finished things as earlier, but somehow managed to get this done and promoting themselves for the finals, as silent killers are the second finalists of Pride season number 6. Too many dramas out there, but somehow the result was more or less expected at the end of first innings. Good fight from the bowling unit. Chennai Indians took this to the last over. There was nothing to fight on in this game at some point of time, but somehow they managed to get this done. Kishore, 26 not out, will be the standalone performer for the side to get this done. And good try from Balasukumar and rest of the players out there from the side as well. Ajit will be the player of the match as well. 20 not out and 3 wickets on his name. Will be given that role. Good fight from Chennai Indians. Tough luck for them, but eventually this tournament as progresses, silent killers will be promoted to the finals.